Okay, before we do it, before we do a real vote, can you at least drop the voting screen so people can see if they actually get the voting screen drop down? People don't, I want people, I want everyone, I want to try the voting screen on everyone's, just a mock one, just drop down the screen so that we make sure everybody gets it. We have come up with a more efficient way of dealing with this. In the meantime, I am Kate Poverman, the moderator, known to some of you as Madam Moderator. You can call me either one. While we're here, though, I am Madam Moderator. I am going to allow the town clerk, Ben Kaufman, go through some technical details.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you, members of Brookline Town Meeting. Welcome to the first truly hybrid town meeting that the town of Brookline will have. This is yet another new system. Over the last few years, we went from fully in person to fully remote, back to fully in person, and now to hybrid. So there will be some hiccups along the way, as you just saw. So thank you very much for your patience. I'm going to do a quick run through of the process to participate in this town meeting, both for those who are in the auditorium and for those who are at home. For those of you in the auditorium, if you have any technical difficulties, there are IT staff in the back of the room. I ask you to please go to them if you have any questions or anything. The folks who are on the stage are doing a number of different jobs, and the IT staff who are on the back of the room are there to help you out. If you are at home and you are having any issues, you can call the help desk. The phone number for that is 617-879-3110, and I will make sure the chat monitor has that so she can send it out as well. First to speak. If you are signed up beforehand, the moderator will call on you when it is your turn to speak. If you are in the auditorium, please come to the front when the moderator invites you, and she might do that before you're actually on the docket, just so we can make sure we keep things moving. If you're in the auditorium, you're going to speak from the podium right here below us. And we encourage you, not encourage, we ask very politely for you to please observe and follow the time limits that are set by the moderator so that we can all make sure we move expeditiously through this town meeting. If you are remote, when the moderator calls on you, you will be asked to unmute. Please unmute and turn your camera on if you are able to. Your voice will be heard in the auditorium and your face will appear on the large screen that is right now above me. If you would like to speak from the floor, or what we usually call from the microphones, it is very similar to how we have done it both in person and remotely before. If they're in the auditorium, please line up behind one of the 4 microphones that are at the front. They each have a number that is on them, and the moderator will be calling you based on the number on the microphone. This is to help facilitate with Brookline Interactive Group that they turn the right microphone on. So please be aware of which microphone you're in front of. If you are online and would like to speak from the microphone, so to say, you must sign up with the chat monitor. To sign up with the chat monitor, you should send them a message, and your message should include 3 things and 3 things only: your name, your precinct, and whether you would like to make a comment or a question. Please do not send anything else to the chat monitor. The chat monitor does not have a vote. The chat monitor does not control who is called on to speak. So please only send that information to her. When you are called on, you will be asked to unmute. And again, please unmute, turn on your camera, and you can address town meeting. If you'd like to raise a point or a motion, if you are in the auditorium, you can raise a point of order, make a motion or call the question, motion to dissolve town meeting, any of those motions or points by coming to one of the 4 microphones and making that point or that motion. A point of order or of privilege can interrupt a speaker However, motions to call the question, motions to adjourn, motions to dissolve, as much as it might be tempting, please do not interrupt speakers with them. If you are online, you may raise points or motions by sending a message to the chat monitor. Again, this message should include only three things: your name, your precinct, and the point or motion you are trying to make. The final thing is voting, which is what we are very much here to do. Voting will take place the same way it has when we have been remote or in person in the past. All voting will be done on the Zoom software, whether on the tablet that you have in the auditorium or through your Zoom at home. Make sure your tablet is awake and unlocked, and make sure that you are in the Zoom app to make sure that you will see that poll drop down. When the voting period begins, the poll will drop down. You will have the option to vote yes, no, or abstain. And you must do that within the voting period allotted. Once you cast your vote, you cannot change it. So make sure you've selected the right option beforehand. You may only change your vote in the case of a technical issue that resulted in your vote being improperly recorded. This is something like the internet cut out and I disconnected. This is not something like I fell asleep and I missed the vote. If you did have a technical issue, please email the town clerk, bkaufman@brooklinema.gov about your issue, and we will then review it and make the change as needed. Now, because I know people always want to make sure the voting system is working, we're going to do a test vote. So, Dave, are you ready? Excellent. So there's a test vote out. It should show up on your tablet or in front of your Zoom screen at home. It'll say yes, no, or abstain. You have a set voting period. That voting period is on the screen behind me. So please make sure that you are casting your vote within that period. Once the vote is concluded, the IT team will tell the moderator the vote. One of the things that we ask, the vote is not official until it is announced by the moderator. And in order for it to be official, it must be heard by me. And that is sometimes difficult to do. So even if you hear a vote said by IT that you agree with, hold off on applause or cheering or boos or whatever you want to do. Please keep your decorum so that we can hear the announced vote from the podium and make sure that it is recorded correctly. So that voting period has now ended. That is 149 yes, 33 no, and 38 abstentions. In that case, this motion would pass. Thank you all for not applauding. Very much appreciated. If you had an issue with your vote, if it did not drop down, if there was some kind of issue with it, please take it to the IT team in the back. I'm going to ask them to raise their hands, actually, if they could. I see Joe in the red shirt back there, and there are some other folks in the back. So just find Joe. I'm sure he can help you out. And they can make sure to take care of any problems that you are having. Awesome. Before we start the very important work that this deliberative body will do this town meeting, I do want to take a moment to thank the hard work of the people who make this all happen. A special thank you to the town employees who are in the hallway, the police officers and firefighters in the room ensuring this meeting is safe, and the custodial team and DPW team who got this auditorium ready for the meeting tonight. A thank you to the chat monitor who has taken on a thankless job to ensure our hybrid meeting is well run. And a very special thank you to our IT team and to Brookline Interactive Group who've spent hours and hours, nights and weekends in this very auditorium, making sure that we are ready for tonight's hybrid town meeting. So I'd like to give them all a round of applause to thank them for their work. And with that, let's get to work. Have a good town meeting, everybody.
Okay. Now we get on to the fun part, although Ben is pretty entertaining. I will acknowledge that the warrant has been properly served and publicly posted. And now we get the pleasure of having Vina Priestley sing the Star Spangled Banner. Miss Priestley, if you would come up to the microphone, please. And thank you again for doing this.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rose glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And now Felina Silver will do the Indigenous Peoples Land Acknowledgement. Please remote. Felina's remote.
Before we begin, let us take a moment to acknowledge the history of this land we call Brookline. This is the unceded land of the Massachusetts people, whose traditions, language, and stewardship continue today through their lineal descendants, the Massachusetts tribe of Ponkapog. Today, we are living on the land that was taken by force. By 1641, the colonists in Brookline had allocated to themselves almost all of the land that had been inhabited by Indigenous people. Land was not the only form of theft that occurred. Lives were also stolen. Historical records state that in 1675, during King Philip's War, 7 Indigenous men were sold into slavery in the Caribbean by residents of the area that we now call Brookline. The 7 men represent part of the early slave trade. Slavery in Brookline continued and grew, but soon those enslaved were African or of African descent. By 1746, enslavers claimed ownership of over half of all of Brookline land. We acknowledge the theft of land, culture, and lives, and the ensuing enslavement of Indigenous and African peoples that occurred here. These early policies set the stage for centuries of systemic racism. As we remember these atrocities, we must commit to ourselves to address the ongoing inequities that are the result of our history of colonism and racism. Although we as individuals were not perpetrators of these atrocities, we benefit from these systems. Thus, we dedicate ourselves to addressing them today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. At this point, I want to say that we have a masks only section of the auditorium, which is on my right. It is the first, say 10 or so rows where masks are mandatory. And I ask that you please observe that. And I'm sure you all know how to wear masks now. They cannot slip under your nose. The microphone at the end of the aisle, which is 6, will be reserved for people in the masked only section. There should be some Purell and some wipes there. The microphones at the end of the aisles are 3, 4, 5, and 6. So I will try to remember to use those designations when I call on people. And that should make it a little easier for folks rather than me saying, you over there. Okay. We all set? Okay. I think I established pretty clearly at the last town meeting that I, as moderator, run the meeting. You do not speak unless I call on you. You absolutely do not interrupt me. The only instance in which you interrupt me or a speaker is, as Mr. Kaufman said, make a point of order or rise to a question of privilege. After I recognize you, you may identify yourself and make a point of order. Please make sure you are making an actual point of order. A point of order, for example, exists when someone is speaking who does not have the right to the floor. If they are meandering and talking too much, that is not a valid point of order. It is just annoying. A valid claim of privilege exists if you are in the back of the auditorium and you cannot hear what's going on or someone has maligned you. So please don't waste our time by raising invalid points of order. At some meetings, it has been a sort of game. When it's your turn to speak, I'll call you to the podium. I will endeavor to remember to call you to come sit towards the front shortly before it is your turn to do so. But if I forget, when your article comes up and you are presenting or you have asked to speak, please remember at least to sit towards the end of your row so you aren't scrambling over people when it's time for you to come to the podium. Yesterday, a well-intentioned town meeting member sent out an email informing members of a WhatsApp chat that had been created for town meeting members to use during town meeting. As I said in response, town meeting members should be focusing their attention on the debates and should come to reasoned decisions based on those debates and analyses of the issues, some of which certainly should have gone on beforehand. You should not base your decisions on what's going on in a chat on WhatsApp. If you have a procedural question, fine. Sometimes a WhatsApp group or a chat can help you answer that, or your neighbor sitting next to you.
PM
can.
help desk, how can I help you?
What? Okay, tech, please do not interrupt me. If you have a substantive question, come to the microphone and ask it, or text the chat monitor and ask it. Do not put it out there on an app and ask for 5,000 people or 50 people to answer it. You are just as likely to get 5,000 different answers, and some of them will definitely be wrong. I also want to point out that you should not be fooled by the existence of this so-called publicly available app. Okay. I can assure you that private chats are going on at the same time that this public app is being made available. This has been happening for multiple town meetings and has been a huge problem. This is why communications on apps and through handheld devices has been prohibited by the town meeting handbook. It is against the spirit of town meeting and the purpose of town meeting. These chats have been used in the past to improperly encourage cohorts of people to vote en masse like sheep, not making their own decisions, but simply following the leader and doing what the leader said rather than thinking for themselves. Instead of making principled decisions, they just did what the leader said. A prominent and valuable member of town meeting resigned after the spring town meeting because she saw town meeting members voting along party lines who communicated on private chat rather than using their independent judgment. Her leaving town meeting is a huge loss. What is especially ironic about the creation of this, quote, open chat, whose purpose is purportedly to share information among all town meeting members, is that a deliberate wall preventing shared communications between town meeting members was created last spring when a contingent of more than 100 of the town's 270 plus members decided to stop participating in the town meeting listserv because, as I have been told, they did not feel that their voices were being heard when the Town Meeting Members Association voted not to make the listserv viewable. As we all know, now it is published on the Brookline News website. Their response to this was to completely disengage from debate with their fellow town meeting members on the listserv by creating a restricted members-only Facebook. A gatekeeper decides which town meeting members are allowed to join and who should be excluded. This makes sure that their voices no longer exchange idea with other town meeting members. They just talk to themselves in an echo chamber. They don't exchange views with others who disagree with them, especially those who they perceive as being more conservative than they are. If you compare emails on the listserv from a year ago with those from the past month, you will see that dozens of contributors who wrote daily or weekly emails on the listserv to share their ideas no longer participate. They no longer share in the discussions that are so important to town meeting and to informing others in town meeting and engaging in debate with their peers. I find this abhorrent and hypocritical in the extreme. The restricted Facebook account increases the divide between the different factions in town and the extent to which both sides of town refuse to communicate. It is naive to say there are not two sides of town, at least, that there is not a schism between what I would call more liberal and people who see people like me. I call myself a liberal as a conservative. Nobody is talking to each other. We are talking at each other, if we are talking at all. And what this private Facebook page shows is we are not talking. What the failure of people to communicate on the town meeting listserv shows is we are not talking at all. This is against the principles of the open debate that town meeting and democracy stand for. As moderator, I condemn it in the strongest possible terms. That is why I now turn with pride to moderating the debates in Brookline's Democratic Town Meeting. Town Meeting is now the only place where all of town's representatives come together to openly debate the extremely important issues that the town faces. Tonight, we are deciding generation-changing zoning issues for the town. I hope all of you pay attention to what is said on the podium and not to what is scribbled on your handheld devices. For our first motion, we have a motion that is made to take up Article 13 for the first thing on which is the article relating to the renaming of the Heath School as the first thing of business on Thursday, November 16th. It is moved by Mr. Gaishak and seconded by Ms. Ashkenazi. Can you drop the vote, please? Yes, please. And the motion passes. We will. Very controversial. Okay, now we have a motion to take up Articles 14 and 15 relating to pet shops and traveling animals. The first thing on Wednesday, November 15th, tomorrow. It is moved by Ms. Jura Fisher and seconded by Jocelyn Murphy. Will we please have the vote drop on that?
Point of order.
Not while the vote is pending.
I think the voting,
No. No. Yes. The motion passes with 226 yes, 1 no, and 7 abstentions. Who is making a point of order?
Andrew Fisher, precinct 13. I believe these are motions 14, but these are articles 14 and 15. And the voting was for 13 and 14.
No, Article 13 was the first article we addressed. It has to do with the renaming of Heath School, and we voted on that 2 minutes ago. And I apologize, I did not announce the numbers of the vote for the, oh, the slide was incorrect. Oh, I apologize. Okay. But I announced it correctly. I hope that people were not confused. I think that Mr. Fisher indeed understood what we were voting on. I appreciate that you pointed out that fact, but I did forget to announce the numbers of the vote relating to Article 13. It was 218, Mr. Marquardo? No, for a number, for motion to take up Article 13 on the first thing Thursday. Do you have those numbers? It was 218 yes. And thank you very much. Okay. Next article on our card is Article number 1 of Special Town Meeting number 1. Has to do with payment of bills of prior years. There are no such bills, so no motion is offered. Similarly, Article number 2, no motion is offered because there are no pending collective bargaining agreements. Article number 3, similarly, there is no motion offered, so we are passing by that one. Now, I need a motion to adjourn special town meeting 1 until we have finished with special town meetings 2, 3, and 4. So moved. Do I have a second? Second. Okay, I am now convening special town meeting number 2. Oh, just like having the first and seconds. Okay, can we take a vote on adjourning special town meeting 1 until 2, 3, and 4 are done? And I apologize for not speaking loudly enough. I will try to do better. On the microphone, if you heard someone muttering about a point of order, but that's all I heard. Well, come to the microphone if you want to make a point of order and be heard by the moderator, please, Mr. Logan. Yeah, we're getting the results on the motion to adjourn the special town meeting 1 until we have finished with special town meetings 2, 3, and 4. And the results are 209 yes, 2 no, and 7 abstentions. So I am now convening special town meeting number 2. The first article on special town meeting number 2 is found on page 1-2 of the combined reports. It has to do with budget amendments. It is moved by Chair Green and seconded by the Chair of the Advisory Committee, Dennis Doughty. Our first speaker is Chair Green.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Moderator. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, speaking for a unanimous Select Board. We have these special town meetings every fall in order to enable us to get budget amendments finalized before year end so that we don't run into a problem of not having available information for Department of Revenue by the end of the year so they can set our tax rates. So this is what we're doing tonight. This article amends the fiscal year 2014 town budget to appropriate revenue collected by the state and made available to the town from the state's assessment on transportation network companies. That is, companies that provide transportation services such as online applications or platforms, such as smartphone apps, to connect drivers using their personal vehicles with passengers. Local examples, of course, are Uber and Lyft. This article appropriates this revenue collected by the state and given to the town to fund transportation projects, which are defined to include the projects that impact transportation network services on municipal roads. Includes projects that address the impact of transportation network services on municipal roads, bridges, and other transportation infrastructure, or such other public purpose materially related to the operation of transportation network services in the town. Transportation Board recommends that the available revenues of $126,823 be appropriated to fund the TRIPS program, which provides subsidized transportation for older adults in the amount of $100,000, and to fund the Brookline Friendly Community Public Bench Project, which is related to transportation by foot, in the amount of $26,823. Thank you. Oh, and the Select Board recommends favorable action on this warrant article number 1 of the special town meeting 2. Thank you.
Mr. Doughty is speaking remotely.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Dennis Doughty, Town Meeting Member Precinct 3, speaking for the Advisory Committee. This will probably be the only time I address this body this fall, so I'd like to take a couple of moments now to issue some thank yous. As always, the Advisory Committee met dozens of times in subcommittee and full committee hearings and meetings to review the warrant articles and to produce the comprehensive set of reports you have before you that I trust you have all read in detail. This, of course, was a ton of work, and each and every member of the committee deserves our appreciation. And I would particularly like to thank David Pollack, the chair of the ad hoc subcommittee, which reviewed the MBTA-CA articles, which will consume the bulk of our time tonight. I'd also like to thank Linda Olson-Pelkey and John Doggett for the huge amount of work they did to produce the materials that will be under consideration later tonight. And additionally, the advisory committee got incredible support from town staff. And I would like to extend our sincere thanks to Melissa Goff, Charlie Young, Joe Callanan, Jonathan Simpson, Kara Bruton, Maria Morelli, and Aaron Shute for the countless hours that they spent with us. So I would urge you to thank everyone, volunteers and staff alike, including anyone that I should have mentioned just now, for the work that went into preparing for this meeting. Warrant Article 1 of Special Town Meeting 2 proposes to appropriate $126,823 from the assessment on transportation network companies. You heard from Chair Green the details of how that money will be allocated, so I'm going to skip that. During our review, we had only 2 substantive questions. First, given the predictions of a snowy winter, could it have been possible for those funds to have been appropriated for snow removal? And alas, that is not considered an appropriate use under the guidelines. And our second question was, how on earth are benches transportation related? And the answer is simple. Walking is an alternative mode of transportation, and walkability initiatives, including pavement markings and other pedestrian-friendly purposes, which includes benches, have been considered appropriate uses. And so by a vote of 22-0 with 1 abstention, the advisory committee recommends favorable action on warrant article 1 of the second fall town meeting.
Hello, I'm not sure if anybody can hear me, but we remote folks are not getting audio from the room again, which is the point of privilege that I rose to. But again, I don't know what's being said to know how that's being reacted to or if anyone in the room is doing anything.
Testing. Can they hear me remotely? Okay. It looks like we are back in business. Thank you, Mr. Birnbaum. I'm going to ask you specifically if you can unmute Mr. Birnbaum, if you can hear me.
Thank you, Lee Birnbaum, Precinct 9, and we are able to hear you again.
That is not a satisfactory answer to me. So what can we do about poor Mr. Birnbaum? Right, I know. But I can make eye contact with you. I can't. Okay. Okay. Well, Um, I guess the issue will come if you want to speak. Can we have somebody else, Mr. Frey, could you speak remotely so we can hear if you're having the same problems? Can you unmute? Dave? Can you unmute Mr. Frey so we can hear if he's having problems? I just want to see if this is universal. No, Ernie Frey. Frey.
Yes, I can hear you now. This is Ernie Fry, Precinct 7.
Okay. Sorry, guys, we had multiple practices. I'd say hit the cookie bar. Oh, okay, well, we can't vote. Yeah. I'm calling a 15-minute recess. Oh, wait, okay, sorry. Hold on. I'd like to just vote to recess special town meeting 2. Then we will take a recess. Good enough for me.
I was going out. I'm coming.
That was, you weren't even at the equipment anyway. The vendor, okay, just so you know, would it have been, even if we had the money, it wouldn't have been feasible project. There wasn't. Terrible because it. Clear. I know. But,
Sorry for phoning you off.
I was.
Sorry about it.
It's okay. So then I'm like, you. I think that was. So. Yeah, but.
Yes, you leave the equipment all in the I don't know. Finally.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
No chance.
Came in earlier.
She's just like. It's ended at a time. More poppers. We can't get it back up.
What?
We can't get it back up. Have a form of it. I want to know what's count. Old story of that. Here. Oh.
Put us back at the same spot we were last time.
Yeah, but it wants to come in. Why is that? What if I count?
I think it's definitely worth having that conversation. with town council. I'm not sure the sphere of Dante thing.
This thing about being a person, town council.
This is
Can we have more cookies tomorrow? Because we ran out and, I was not happy about that.
Tash,
Okay, remote's working. There are people who cannot get in on the. Okay. Yes, we are going to relaunch the vote to dissolve special town meeting 2. And the motion to dissolve special town meeting 2 passes with 205 yes, 4 no, and 5 abstentions. I am now convening special town meeting number 3. Since there are no motions, I will now take a motion to dissolve special town meeting number 3. Do I have someone who will move to do that? And then second it. Second. God bless you. Let's now take a motion, or let's now take a vote. I did. Went so fast. As Representative Vitolo said, blistering speed. Now we're going to vote on whether or not to dissolve it. Okay, can you please drop the vote? And the motion to dissolve special town meeting 3 passes resoundingly with 233 yes votes, 2 no votes, and 7 abstentions. I am now convening special town meeting number 4. Special town meeting number 4 is the MBTA Communities Act. It is the select board's motion, the consensus article. It is found on pages 101 through 189 of the combined reports. It is followed by the Opticus pages, which are internally paginated, with the page numbers being found on the lower left-hand side of the page. It is being moved by Select Board Member Warren and seconded by Mr. Doughty. There is also a motion to refer the part of the motion to a moderators committee. It is found in supplement 1 to the combined reports on page 1-2. It is being moved by Mr. Margolis and seconded by Ms. Murphy. Now, there are some Scrivener's errors in the consensus plan, which I am going to point out to you. And they are detailed on some documents that were posted today. In one instance, Verndale Street was included in a map of streets on page 177 of the combined reports, but it was left out of the list of streets, which is on page 181. The map was on 177. The list was on 181. The second set of errors occurred in the Opticos part of the motion, which has its own pagination, as I mentioned. In each of these errors, a chart lists the type of zoning district, such as T, F, M, or MS, that is affected by the change, such as setback restrictions and things like that. But the corresponding footnotes omitted the change. So the corrections change these footnote omissions. These Scrivener errors and the corrections that will be made can be found on the following numbered pages on the Opticos part of the motion, pages 10, 11, 14, and 15. The graphics showing all of these errors, as I said, were posted this morning under the helpful title, Scrivener's Errors. Now, we will start the meat of the motion. And we will have the first presentation made by a group of speakers, starting off with Select Board Member Paul Warren. Mr. Timekeeper, they have a collective 30 minutes. I have no idea how they divided it among themselves. And they are all in person.
Smiling at my beautiful wife. Smile at me. Good evening, Paul Warren. Speaking on behalf of a unanimous select board, recommending favorable action on the consensus plan. I am one of 5 speakers that you will hear from who will present on behalf of the consensus plan. Joining me are Linda Olson-Pelkey from Brookline by Design, Katha Seidman from ES and Brookline.
Point of order. Could we ask them to move the images so we can? Thank you.
Oh, yes, please remove the participants from the screen.
You could reset my timekeeper. That
Yes,
would be
remove
most
the images of the
appreciated.
participants.
David Gladstone from Brookline Chamber of
Wait,
Commerce.
hold on one second. Let's do this. Oh, they're on mine. Okay. Okay.
Joining me are Linda Olson-Pelkey from Brookline by Design, Katha Seidman from Yes and Brookline, David Gladstone from the Brookline Chamber of Commerce, and Select Board Member Mike Sandman, who will wrap things up for us. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the many hands that were involved in the development of the consensus plan. I want to thank our staff, boards and commissions, community members, and civic groups that helped shape and refine the plan. I especially want to thank Brookline by Design and Yes and Brookline for their willingness to work together to find common ground and compromise that brought both organizations to support and endorse the consensus plan. Their accomplishment should serve as an example of how we can bridge our differences through the sharing of ideas, listening to one another, and doing the hard work needed to find compromise. Their accomplishment should give us all hope for our future. Next slide, please. The MBTA Communities Act was passed in 2021. The law requires that 177 communities served by the MBTA, or adjacent to such a community, create at least one zoning district in which multi-family housing is permitted by right. Communities that are not compliant may lose access to discretionary grant programs and face legal action by the Attorney General. Next slide, please. The consensus plan is a set of zoning and bylaw changes that bring Brookline into compliance with the MBTA Communities Act. The plan incentivizes new housing at multiple price points while remaining consistent with Brookline's fundamental character. The plan also seeks to slow the growth of residential taxes by preserving and expanding our commercial tax base. And importantly, the plan seeks to increase the economic and social diversity of our community. Next slide, please. The framework for the consensus plan.
Excuse me, we have a point of order by Marty Rosenthal. Mr. Rosenthal, what is your point of order? He is remote.
Yeah, I'm trying. Am I in? Hi, Marty Rosenthal, Precinct 9. Am I in?
Yes.
Oh, good, thanks. Well, actually, mine was a while ago, but now I have a second one. The first one was very simple. When Dennis was speaking, it occurred to me, I don't remember.
I'm sorry, that's old.
All right, all I want to do is thank Dennis, but let me move to my second one, which is, I'm wondering, given the hour, if we'll be able to
No,
finish this.
Marty, we're not bringing this up now. Do not interrupt any speaker again relating to this.
This
Thank
was a
you.
point of order. That's it.
No.
Okay, all right.
I am rejecting that point of order. You are interrupting a speaker for something that is not relevant now. I understand it's late. Whether we finish this matter or not, we will see. But it's not going to be finished if anybody interrupts to discuss the timing. Thank you. Please be considerate, folks.
May I continue, Madam Moderator?
Yes.
The framework for the consensus plan includes 4 major components. The components are the Harvard Street Zone, the Multifamily District, or M District, a Brookline Housing Authority property on Walnut Street, and an area known as the Emerald Island. The framework also includes several zoning innovations. I will briefly describe each of these components. Next slide, please. The Harvard Street component rezones portions of the Harvard Street corridor from Brookline Village to JFK Crossing. The new zoning retains the existing maximum of 4 stories while eliminating the barriers that have prevented development. For most parcels along Harvard Street, commercial space is required on the ground floor. And importantly, the development of income-qualified, affordable units must be built on-site on Harvard Street instead of deferred to a later date. Next slide, please. While the Harvard Street corridor, within the Harvard Street corridor, the plan creates several new zoning districts. These zones provide for a varying streetscape while meeting the needs and experiences of different users. The Main Street Zone and its Main Street Open Subzone covers the heart of Brookline Village, Coolidge Corner, and the JFK Crossing Commercial District. The Transitional Zone covers the stretch between Brookline Village and Coolidge Corner. And the Main Street Neighborhood Zone covers the block of house-scale buildings from Harvard Avenue to Auburn Street. Each of the zones are associated with an updated use table and strict form-based standards. Next slide, please. There's been a lot of interest in the compromise between Brookline by Design and Yes in Brookline. The compromise was centered around a set of common values, objectives of the 2 groups. The themes of the negotiations and the resulting compromise focused on reducing the impact on direct abutters, abutting neighborhoods, and the corridor itself. These included limiting the overall impact on commercial square footage, preserving architecturally significant buildings that help define the unique character of Harvard Street, securing municipal parking, and preserving large parcels for the future benefit of Brookline. The compromise is visually represented on the map by parcels in yellow that were excluded from the corridor. Next slide, please. The multifamily district, or M district component, creates a new overlay district that would apply to select multifamily districts that are within a half mile of a transit stop. The purpose of the M district is to bring us into compliance with the MBTA Communities Act, without triggering the creation of a substantial number of housing units. The M district zoning includes a review process that supports non-discretionary oversight of strict design standards. The design standards are modeled on the existing traditional style buildings, and a public process to develop future standards for contemporary design has been included. Next slide, please. The consensus plan also includes zoning changes that support the Brookline Housing Authority's plans to redevelop its property at Walnut and High Streets. The property currently includes 100 subsidized family and senior apartments. The proposed zoning changes increase height and floor area ratio and reduces setbacks and minimum parking requirements. The as-of-right zoning will provide benefits to the housing authority, including a shorter permit period, greater cost certainty, and improved funding opportunities. Next slide, please. The consensus plan includes a change in the Emerald Isle Special District to incentivize the development of multifamily housing. The Emerald Island, which is located between Brookline Avenue and River Road, was created by a special town meeting in 2016 as an overlay district that provided incentives for certain commercial and residential uses. To date, there has been no housing developed in this area. The proposed change would add multifamily to the existing development incentives. Next slide, please. The consensus plan creates opportunities to produce 52% more total units and 35% more affordable units than the M District Plus plan does on its own. This means more housing units at a higher density near transit. And according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, higher density housing, especially in the type of buildings that we expect on Harvard Street, can reduce site energy user per household by as much as 12%. This level of energy reduction, coupled with the recently adopted stretch code, can help us achieve our goal of zero emissions by 2050. Next slide, please. The advisory committee, which acts as the town's finance committee, acknowledges in their report to town meeting that new housing units will impact revenue and services, but stopped short of forecasting financial impacts. Arlington's finance committee came to a similar conclusion as they considered their MBTA zoning. Brookline does have tools available at its disposal to align growth with costs. These include our long-range financial planning process, as well as an emergency measures that allow us to implement a building permit cap if there is a sudden increase in overall housing where the town is unable to provide a balanced budget. The consensus plan includes 3 innovations that are intended to help Brookline achieve its goals while also informing the upcoming comprehensive plan. The innovations include form-based zoning, a ground floor commercial incentive, and a requirement that all affordable housing be built on site. Next slide, please. Form-based zoning is a method that prioritizes the size and shape of buildings and how they relate to each other into the public realm or streetscape. The proposed form-based code is prepared with a new non-discretionary design review process that will ensure adherence to strict design guidelines included in the zoning. Harvard Street will be Brookline's first application of form-based zoning. Its use on Harvard Street will help us evaluate possible application to other areas of Brookline. Next slide, please. The ground floor commercial incentive has 2 objectives. The first objective is to shorten the time it takes to fill new commercial space with a range of tenants, including local small businesses. The second objective is to incentivize the creation of housing at price points that serve middle-income households, including those of teachers, firefighters, and other municipal employees. The incentive redirects funds that would normally go into the housing trust and uses those funds to underwrite the build out of the commercial space for the first tenant. This helps lower the cost of startup for new small businesses and those wishing to relocate within the Harvard Street corridor. Next slide, please. The consensus plan adds a new requirement that all affordable units on Harvard Street that are subject to our inclusionary zoning be built on site. This contrasts to housing projects in other areas of Brookline, where developers have the option to not building the affordable units if they make a cash payment to the housing trust. The buyout payment defers the creation of much needed affordable housing to a future date and has resulted in some buildings that are without a single affordable unit and are instead exclusive luxury. The consensus plan eliminates the buyout option along Harvard Street. We have a goal of increasing access to affordable housing, including for middle-income families. The on-site affordable housing requirement helps us achieve this important goal. Next slide, please. Extensive community input and conversations have shaped and refined the consensus plan. Engagement has included many presentations and workshops, walking tours, office hours, site visits, and an online survey. And nearly 30,000 postcards were mailed to property owners, abutters, and businesses to inform them of proposed changes and how to engage in the process. Next slide, please. And we listened to that feedback and adjusted and improved the consensus plan. Municipal parking has been protected for businesses and their customers, for their employees. Changes were made to increase the distance between properties to improve light, air circulation, privacy, and aesthetics. Architecturally significant properties were removed from the zoning district, and as were properties that extended development into the neighborhoods. And multi-story commercial properties and large parcels were carved out. And incentives refined to maintain the vitality of our commercial tax base. In short, the extensive feedback resulted in a better plan. Better for commercial operators, better for abutters, and better for our community. Next slide, please. And that better plan has resulted in overwhelming support. 9 boards and commissions recommend favorable action, including the Advisory Committee, EDAB, the Planning Board and Housing Advisory Boards, the Commission on Disability and Preservation Commission, and the Zero Emissions Advisory Board. And more than 10 civic organizations support the consensus plan, from climate to business and housing to land use. The community has rallied behind the consensus plan. Next slide, please. And there's good reason for that support. The consensus plan delivers more value than just compliance for Brookline. It creates much needed affordable and middle income housing. It expands and protects the vitality of our commercial corridor. It moves us closer to our 2020-50 goal of zero emissions. And it helps make us a more diverse community. Next slide, please. So after a 2-year professionally led process, extensive community engagement, thousands of hours of work, and hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on consultants, and after a historic compromise that has led the consensus plan to be supported by every major board and commission and by more than 10 civic organizations, we now come to the question: do we really need to refer to a moderators committee for more study? The answer is no. No, because after all of the input, after all of the changes, after the compromises, and with overwhelming support, the consensus plan has become the community's plan. And it's time to take this reasonable step forward in support of our community. Next slide, please. A unanimous select board recommends favorable action on the consensus plan. and no action on referral. To vote in favor of the consensus plan, vote no on the referral motion, and vote yes on the consensus plan, which is special town meeting 4, Article 1. If the consensus article does not pass, vote yes on the M District Plus article, because Brookline must be compliant with the law by the end of this town meeting. Thank you.
Okay, and we're testing the microphones right now, so are we all set? Okay, Ms. Pelkey, please continue.
Try again. Okay. Linda Olson Pelkey, town meeting member, precinct 17. It's been a wild ride. What started as a proposal to use the Harvard Street upzoning to comply with the MBTA Communities Act has come full circle, thanks to the efforts of many, many individuals. Early on, it was recognized the state's guidelines written to implement the law were going to cause serious problems when applied to our main commercial corridor. Thanks to the Multifamily Permitting Committee, compliance with the act is assured, freeing up Harvard Street to be tailored to better fit our needs. It was humbling to be asked as one of the representatives of Brookline by Design to work on refining the Harvard Street proposal in collaboration with advocates from Yes and Brookline. In an atmosphere thick with slogans and platitudes, it was refreshing to get down to reality, to talk about tangible facts and conditions on the ground with our negotiating partners. Our goal in the negotiation was to help the Harvard Street proposal better achieve its stated goals, namely retaining existing moderately priced housing, maintaining character-defining architecture, providing a variety of commercial spaces, and affording abutters greater protections. We did this by removing targeted parcels in a number of categories: buildings with 2 or more stories of commercial uses, architecturally significant buildings, parcels not on Harvard Street, and parcels that may contribute to future commercial redevelopments. We also wanted to protect abutters through provision of larger rear setbacks and step backs. Did either side get everything they wanted? No. Were all concerns addressed? No. But nonetheless, through dialogue, compromise, and collaboration, we achieved something truly remarkable, a result that is better for our community. The fact that we came together and made real progress towards a shared vision gives me hope. Hope that we can do the planning work that we so clearly need to do. To be successful, our comprehensive planning and zoning reform effort will be an all hands on deck endeavor. It's important that we hear from all segments of our community, even when it requires a special effort to engage those segments. The planning process will help us gain objectivity and knowledge. It will require stakeholders with divergent goals to listen respectfully to one another as we analyze possible future scenarios and work towards a shared vision. Shaping that vision will require tough choices and compromises as we grapple with how best to accommodate growth and change while balancing density with open space and recreation needs, addressing a host of issues such as heat islands and resiliency, conservation of historic architecture, accessibility, complete streets, infrastructure upgrades, expansion of town services and facilities, and more. Let's focus on a planning process that helps us be informed and intentional about creating our future community. Our planning work will allow us to understand potential impacts and will help us prepare for the capital investments necessary to maintain a well-functioning, equitable, and sustainable future. Let's build on the success of our collaboration by approving Article 1 tonight and then committing to engage in the planning work to come with humility, an open mind, and open hearts. We will now hear from Katha Seidman from Yes in Brookline.
Good evening. My name is Katha Seidman, and I live in Precinct 2. I'm a board member of Brookline for Everyone and served on the MBTA CA Multifamily Permitting Committee. Today, I'm speaking as a representative of Yes in Brookline, a coalition of housing advocacy groups that formed last spring to support Brookline's meaningful compliance with the MBTA Communities Act. Besides advocating for more housing and more housing affordability, I'm also an artist and a production designer for television. Designing spaces that enhance a narrative gives me a special appreciation of how the built environment defines the action and heightens the meaning of a script. After immersing myself in zoning regulations, I've come to understand how our zoning bylaws that define what a property owner can build on their land and how they can use it similarly embodies the story of a community's shared values. I've also learned that the buildings we look at and live in generally embody a story about our past, not our present. The last time Brookline changed its base zoning was 50 years ago, when the town codified the car-dependent land use ideals prevalent at the time. Much has changed in those 50 years, including our neighbors, our stories, and our values. Today, our community has an opportunity to address our urgent 21st century challenges using 21st century ideals. We have an opening to begin redesigning our community around walkable, inclusive, and carbon-free neighborhoods. I want to thank Linda Olson-Pelkey, John Doggett, and Brookline by Design for finding common ground with Yes in Brookline to amend and support the consensus warrant article. My co-negotiator, Al Rain, and I very much appreciate the hard and sometimes difficult work we all had to do to find that consensus. As we exchanged our concerns with Brookline by Design to amend the consensus warrant article, Yes in Brookline recognized this was a historic opening for both groups to articulate and agree on the shared values our town will be proud to follow into the coming decades, and that we should take this process of developing a common language around common ideals to launch Brookline on the path to become a climate resilient, economically thriving, and welcoming community we all envision. I strongly urge you to join with the town boards and the many civic organizations that have endorsed Article 1, Special Town Meeting 4, and vote yes for the MBTA-CA consensus warrant article. We'll now hear from David Gladstone of the Brookline Chamber.
Madam Moderator, town meeting members, town staff, and guests. My name is David Gladstone. I'm a long-term resident of Precinct 16. I'm chair of the board of the Brookline Chamber, a member of the Small Business Development Committee, and a business banker by trade, and a former retailer. Thank you. For 20 years previous to coming into banking. Thank you, Chaz. The Brookline Chamber of Commerce fully endorses the current MBTA CA consensus warrant article now coming before town meeting. Many town groups and individuals have contributed to one of the most dynamic potential changes in design, bringing together numerous visions of how Brookline can encourage additional housing units in and around transportation hubs, but at the same time, moving the town closer to its ultimate goal of zero emissions in a not so distant future. The Chamber also strongly believes that smart zoning changes will encourage more density in and around our public transportation stops near business districts and will have a very positive economic impact on them. Brookline businesses remain an important piece of the community fabric, which will evolve with these planned changes. Many of our business owners who make their livelihood in Brookline live outside of the town. With the demands placed upon small businesses before, during, and after COVID, it is difficult for many of them to weigh in directly. Many small business people we have talked to believe this compromise brings together the best elements of both original plans. We ask our town leaders, members of the town meeting, and volunteer boards to keep the needs of our businesses top of mind as we navigate the many needs and changes of Brookline. For all the reasons cited above, and the many community groups who have lent their support to this compromise article, the Brookline Chamber of Commerce fully supports it in its current form as it comes before you in town meeting. Many town groups have supported this as well. We believe that when this is voted into effect by town meeting, that it will have a major impact on our town for many decades to come. Thanks again to all who have contributed to this article. I would now like to introduce Select Person Michael Sandman.
Good evening. I'm Mike Sandman, Select Board member, speaking for a unanimous Select Board in favor of the consensus plan. I'm batting cleanup, and I have just 4 slides, so hang in there. The consensus plan has exceptionally broad support. Every board and commission and every major civic organization in Brookline that has an interest in housing and economic development supports it. There's the list. Okay. There's not much missing. Next slide, please. And why is that? Because the plan delivers what we're looking for. MBTA, Communities Act compliance, many more housing units that will be affordable, and many more units to bring a broader cross-section of buyers and tenants back to Brookline. And let's talk about that for a moment. How many times have you heard someone say, if I had to move to Brookline today, I couldn't afford it? How many times have you thought that yourself? By making it economically feasible to build smaller condominiums and rental units along Harvard Street, we can begin to correct some of that affordability. And I want to be very careful not to overpromise. The consensus plan all by itself will not restore the relative affordability that many of us saw when we came to Brookline, but it's a start. It will help. Next slide, please. If we reject the plan, we do nothing to make it economically feasible to create more housing and add to the commercial tax base along Harvard Street. Think about this. Nothing has been built along Harvard Street other than 40B projects since 2006, 17 years. And if we don't change the zoning, other than 40B projects won't be built again. And if we reach the 10% quotient, 10% affordability quotient, anything new that will be built there over the next 17 years or beyond will be what? Nothing. Next slide, please. So on behalf of the Select Board, the Advisory Committee, the Planning Board, the Economic Development Advisory Committee, the Housing Advisory Board, the Chamber of Commerce, Mothers Out Front, and so many more groups with an interest in housing development, please vote no on the referral motion, and yes on special meeting for Article 1, the consensus plan. Thank you.
Susan Granoff is our next speaker. Were we able to find a stool or lift for her? Great, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Hello, I'm Susan Granoff, Town Meeting Member of Precinct 7. I'm here today with several other town meeting members who are asking town meeting to refer the Harvard Street component of Article 1 to a moderators committee that would report back to town meeting by next August 30th. Its report would provide us with much needed analysis of the likely financial and other consequences of the current Harvard Street rezoning proposal and whether there's more that could be done to achieve affordable housing along Harvard Street than what it currently is proposing. And it would also offer recommendations for improving it. So why referral? Here are 4 key reasons. First, because the Harvard Street rezoning plan in Article 1 is still a work in process. We are so grateful for all of the work that so many people have put into developing it, but it's just not ready yet. How do we know this? One sign is that during just the last few weeks, there has been a steady stream of amendments, some quite major, that have been incorporated into it at the very last minute. Another, even more troubling sign is the number of amendments that were proposed and ruled out of scope. These are strong indications that the plan as currently proposed is not ready for a vote tonight. Now, we've been told, don't worry about it. If it turns out that there are still revisions needed to be made to this proposed major rezoning of Harvard Street, we could just fix it later by amending it at a future town meeting. But that's not a good solution. Each amendment would have to be explained, debated, and then passed by a 2/3 majority of town meeting members, including many new town meeting members who would be totally unfamiliar with the original plan that we're discussing tonight. That kind of piecemeal amendment process might be necessary, but we shouldn't be passing a major piece of legislation tonight that we know isn't quite ready and will need to be corrected by future town meetings, especially because this is a complex rezoning plan and amendments to one part of it are likely to impact many other parts of it. Better to refer this to a moderators committee now to develop recommended revisions in a coordinated way. A second reason to support referral is because we no longer have to rush to get the Harvard Street plan passed at this town meeting, because the M District Plus plan is the only part of Article 1 that must be passed by the end of December in order for Brookline to be in full compliance with the MBTA Communities Act. So we now have more time to analyze the Harvard Street plan and work to improve it. Third, this is a long, complex, and highly technical warrant article, hundreds of pages long, and the Harvard Street portion of it is now different from its original version because of the many ways it has been recently amended. Now, just look at this article. This is it, the whole article. Now, let's be honest. How many of us have actually read more than just a few pages of it? And that's understandable. Most of us aren't zoning experts and don't fully understand what the provisions mean and what their likely impact will be. Almost all of us are relying on what other people are telling us about this article. But with all these last-minute amendments that have just been added, what people have told us before may no longer be accurate. And how can any of us be sure that more amendments aren't needed? That's why we are proposing referring the Harvard Street Plan to a moderators committee for further study and financial analysis to help all of us better understand its likely implications and if there are important provisions that should be included but have been omitted. Finally, we are urging referral because this proposed rezoning is of Harvard Street, Brookline's most important commercial street, arguably the most iconic street in all of Brookline, and the zoning changes to Harvard Street being proposed and perhaps voted on today will impact Harvard Street and our town for decades to come, long past the lives of most of us. Coolidge Corner, Brookline Village, the Jewish Commercial Center, and all the unique small businesses that constitute them draw people and dollars to Brookline from all over the greater metro Boston region. So we had better be pretty certain that our proposed rezoning of Harvard Street doesn't result in a loss of these unique businesses or the creation of parking conditions that would make it more difficult for people to drive to Harvard Street to shop and dine there. Avoiding these unintended negative consequences to Harvard Street is another reason why we support referral to a moderators committee. In conclusion, the Harvard Street Plan is a great start, but it needs more work. And I know that all of us who have been working on it and discussing it and attending meetings about it are tired. And we all want to be able to put this behind us and move on. But that's not a reason to enact a major rezoning plan concerning the town's most important commercial street before it's ready. That would be like running a marathon, getting exhausted, and then moving the finish line back to mile 20 and declaring victory. Please vote for referral, and let's give the Harvard Street rezoning plan the final boost it needs to help it get over the finish line. Thank you for your consideration. Now, what will follow will be a number of other more detailed looks at some of the concerns that have been raised concerning the current Harvard Street proposal. Thank you very much.
Mr.
Now,
Margolis.
the next person will be John Margolis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. John Margolis from Precinct 7 and Library Trustee. As Susan just said, people want this to be over. There have been so many meetings. Everything must have been said already, right? But remember that hardly anyone had heard of the Harvard Street Plan before last winter, when it was presented as the only way to comply with the MBTA Act. The month since then is really not so long to generate a plan for tremendous zoning changes on our most important commercial street. Especially because those zoning changes will last us for decades, maybe 50 years, as one of the speakers in favor of the consensus plan said. Harvard Street is the heart of our commercial district. You know, before you have heart surgery, you'd better be sure that it will be good for your health. and the Harvard Street plan is heart surgery. Let me change the image a little. Suppose someone wanted you to take a pill. You ask, well, what'll it do? And the response is, we don't really know. We hope it will make you stronger and give you more energy, but it might make you nauseous and feel exhausted for a long time. Would you take that pill? Would you tell your spouse or parent or child to take that pill? Enacting the Harvard Street plan with no estimate of its financial effects would be like taking that pill. You may remember that Paul Warren told us that it was specifically intended that there would be no financial evaluation of the effects of the plan on our town's financial condition. Indeed, I have been criticized even for asking about such financial effects. I've been told that, and we've been told that no one can do such an evaluation. But Lee Selwyn, who's an expert, a former town meeting member and a member of the AC, has volunteered to do such a study. He says it would take only 2 or 3 months. Now, we may not want to use Lee, but we could get an independent expert to analyze the situation and estimate the most likely effects of the plan. We should do that, not just swallow the maybe bitter pill. You know, when all this started back last winter, the select board paid $277,000 for a form-based zoning consultant, but not a penny to find out what the impact on the town's budget and finances might be. Does that sound strange to you? It does to me. In tonight's supplement, I happen to see there's a link to a financial analysis done for Hancock Village in 2010. Surely we could do one for Harvard Street, and we should. I want to be clear, we all want Brookline to be a more welcoming community. But are we ready to risk the town's financial health to show that we are? Shouldn't we at least ask ourselves that question? Are we really prepared to just go forward and say, well, what me worry? I understand that people are tired, especially with the delays tonight. The Harvard Street plan, however, will make great changes to the heart of our town, changes that will last for decades. They need to be made as right as they can be. 9 more months really isn't such a long time to ensure that we get it right on such an important project, in particular to fix things we know are not right. And so I ask you to vote yes on the motion to refer. And if that fails, in the absence of any information on the financial impact likely from the consensus motion on our town's budget and financial position, I have to say, I ask you to vote no on the main motion. Thank you.
Hi, this is Jerry Tuckman, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 9. If you could roll the photos, I'd very much appreciate it. We've fallen in love with the word consensus. That is understandable at a time when we're experiencing deep divisions locally, nationally, and around the world. Still, I ask you to be open-minded as we examine the Harvard Street section of the plan and whether we might best take a bit more time for improvement before we make what is likely generational change. See if you can roll the photos. I think it's stuck on one. You will see a few faces and more storefronts scrolling across the screen as I speak. We need to create more housing, but we also need to respect what our store owners have done for this community over the years and how they continue to add to what we care about, what adds value in Brookline. For the moment, please forget about the neatly packaged Harvard Street packets and the well-organized emails from constituents, and let's have open minds as we consider the merits of these zoning changes. If you have not already, please read through the one-page summary of the referral motion in your supplements. It is quick, easy to understand, and makes a great deal of sense. How did we get here? First, the town put together a plan for all of Harvard Street in an honest but misguided attempt to comply with a state law designed to create more housing, not affordable housing, just housing, and do it by a deadline date of 12/31/23. There was opposition, and it was unclear the plan would even comply. Thankfully, Richard Benka chaired a committee which painstakingly cobbled together a plan which would comply without Harvard Street. This was called the M+ plan, and I know of no one opposed to it. And everyone knows we will need some kind of vote to have it submitted in some form. Over the last 3 weeks or so, the so-called consensus plan arose, merging the two plans. Why? Under this, only the M+ plan would be submitted to the state by the deadline, but the Harvard portion would be enacted to bring 4-story by right, meaning no review, housing along almost all of Harvard Street, already the densest part of town. M+ and Harvard both envision substantially less than the 20 to 25% affordable housing required under the existing anti-snob state regulations, 40B. Some of my constituents have contacted me wanting diversity of ethnicity and income. The housing that will be built by developers for profit will be for the rich. That's what housing goes for in Brookline. We all know it. It will happen one way or the other. But shouldn't we take some time to improve a plan to have it happen? A few things I'd like to revise: zoning for 3, not 4-story buildings, like the 3-story multifamily buildings we have now. Deliveries off-street to avoid more Harvard Street congestion, decent setbacks from the sidewalks and the abutters, a higher percentage of affordable housing, protection of shop owners, and a host of beneficial revisions. With M+, 1231 goes away as an impediment. Why not do it right? Some of what you'll also see scrolling, although it looks like it ended, are one existing 3-story, a 4-story that at least has an attractive 4th floor setback, only because it was under review, which would not take place under this plan. An area designed for commercial, which has never been occupied over the years, and 2 photos of a setback 5 feet from its neighbor. I briefly returned to taking care to safeguard our moms and pop stores, our shop owners, our Aborns and our Henry the Bears, and our Serenade chocolatiers, and our booksmiths and our couples, and what a lively greater Boston Jewish community calls the cultural part of the region. We have a number of videos, but given time constraints, we will play just 2. Select Person Warren talks of making spaces for local shopkeepers who've been evicted to create these 4-story buildings. Listen to the optometrist speaking about how this will knock him out of business. If we could have the videos, I'd appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Azzato. I'm one of the owners here at Focal Point Opticians. We've been here almost 30 years now. It took us a long time to find a space that was rentable and reasonably rentable, and we love it here. Our business has only grown and become very successful, supporting 2 or 3 salaries here. It's come to our attention that there's potential for us to be pushed out of this space with the growth of Brookline. And I just wanted to let you know, unfortunately, if something like that happens and we're forced out of our lease, we would never be able to reopen or recover. And this is a real big concern for the livelihoods of a few of my fellow employees and myself. So I'm pretty much telling you, this is something I pray doesn't go through. This is a long established business. We have great customers. There's no place to relocate here that would accommodate my customer base. And so I urge you to reconsider going through with this proposal for the welfare of not just my business, but I know quite a few businesses that would not recover from this. Thank you very much.
And there's one more video if we still have it. In the absence of it, I'll thank you.
Hi, my name is Mindy Dobro. I'm the owner of Brookline Dog Grooming. I've been in business for 49 years. Next year will be my 50th anniversary, and I have been catering to Brookline animal lovers, owners for quite some time. And to hear that these two-story buildings are being proposed to be purchased by a developer and taking all these businesses away for the ma and pa operations that made America is extremely upsetting to me. I will personally lose my job plus 12 people that work for me. And if we lose our lease, there's really no place to go and relocate, as I'm serving the people in Brookline. The owners, I have daycare. They wouldn't be able to own a dog without it. I'm really upset about this proposal to change Brookline. I do hope that they will change, or whoever is in charge will change their mind and look at how many jobs are going to be lost. I mean, I'm 12 just out of one business. Look at all the businesses that are going to just not be around anymore. To me, is very sad.
Vote referral, and let's come back with a better plan next spring or next fall. If that fails, vote no, so we can submit M+ alone and then vote for M+. We are talking generational change. Without a December deadline on Harvard, let's rise to the challenge and create a better plan. Let's be open-minded. Let's do it right. Thank you for listening.
Testing. Okay. We are now going to hear from Mr. Rosenthal, and Mr. Rosenthal, you can interrupt yourself and now tell me what your point of order was.
Well,
What happened? We cut off Mr. What's going on?
I kept getting rejected as not able to unmute myself. I think my points of order have become moot. I think you dismissed them earlier, so I think I'm next on the speaker list, though.
Yes, you are. You may speak, give your presentation.
And I hope that didn't count for my time. So I'm Marty Rosenthal, Precinct 9 lifer and 45-year GMMM as well from Precinct 9, and an ancient select board member. I'm here for referral. I too appreciate everyone's hard work on this. For you newbies, I've worked for Brookline affordable housing for decades, starting especially with rent control and even more recently with rent control. I led the adoption of inclusionary zoning in the 80s, and I generally support more density on our major thoroughfares, actually on all of them, but not just Harvard Street. But on Harvard Street, for instance, how about the TJ Maxx site? I commend the Harvard Street advocates for a near brilliant campaign, but respectfully, it's been both exaggerated and misleading. First, I learned in BHS that consensus means everyone agrees. Do we not count? How about our letter writing constituents who have been misled that it's now or never this way or the highway? Secondly, in terms of community engagement, yes, there's been Herculean engagement, especially by our excellent planning department. But for us skeptics, it's been open doors, closed minds, generalities, and platitudes. The Harvard Street form-based zoning idea preceded MBTA-CA, and then Town Hall latched onto it. My priority is human-based zoning. That's why we need an unbiased moderators committee. What's been ignored, at least 99%? Others are emphasizing the impact on abutting neighborhoods like traffic, the unknown financial impacts that will get mostly luxury housing out of this. My main two issues are, why is development always pushed for Brookline's and maybe the state's densest area? Why can't we spread that density? Secondly, the inevitable intended impact on existing 1- and 2-story businesses. I was happy to see Mindy up there from dog grooming. I'm between dogs, and we also saw Jose and his wife from Avon. Their son also works there. And do not kid yourselves. This plan, the Harvard Street plan, incentivizes destruction of the 1- and 2-story buildings. The new commercial mandate is irrelevant to that. Lexington's MBTA-CA report prioritized also support existing businesses. Jerry's shop owners that he showed, John Davis's letter writers, and many others who are still clueless about this, are not only so-called human beings, but they've catered to us human beings. Newsflash, their landlords like money. So why not pause and seek a true collaborative consensus? Proponents may think they have a 2/3 vote, but suppose these issues resonate with people and they don't get 2/3. A moderators committee can get a real consensus, not a phony one. Maybe naively, I believe you all know that this plan can be improved, but many of you conflate the statewide need for housing into a now or never Harvard Street only urgency. To each who knows that the plan is improvable, isn't far better the valuable enemy of the pretty risky? My two questions I leave you with are, what are you afraid of to study this for a year? And most importantly, I wish that the advocates for Harvard Street would answer this one 3-word question: what is the rush? So yes, please, to referral. As we said in the 60s, question authority. Thank you.
Okay, we are not taking comments from people who have not already signed up to speak at this time. Jonathan Davis. And let me just explain, we have many people who have prepared presentations, including advisory committee members, other board members who have spent months working on this issue. Just a minute, Mr. Davis, I'm sorry. And so we are going to hear from those people before I go to any independent or other people who are signing up last minute. So I apologize for that. I know it may be frustrating, but it is the way I think is fairest to the people who have worked so hard for so long on this matter. So Mr. Davis, we are hearing from you now.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Jonathan Davis, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 17.
Could you speak closer to the microphone, please?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Jonathan Davis, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 17. I'd like to talk about the fallacies of the consensus. When the Harvard Street proposal was first put forward, it was argued that we must pass Harvard Street or violate state law. That turned out to be wrong. Now with the M+, we don't have to be under the state law gun. We have time to correct problems with the consensus, and referral gives us the way to do that. Here's a current consensus fallacy. We must pass the consensus right now to immediately create additional housing. That's wrong. We have time ahead of us. Even the proponents of the consensus concede that there is time to act in the future. How do they concede it? The consensus itself excludes the biggest underdeveloped parcels on Harvard Street because the proponents want to upzone them in the future. In other words, the proponents acknowledge the Harvard Street plan is incomplete, and completing it would require more work in the future. So there is a future for us to create more housing despite the rush now pressure. Meanwhile, back to the present, the M+ would right now create between 75 and 125 new affordable units on Walnut and High, and a potential 80 to 115 new market rate units at Emerald with some inclusionary zoning. Here's another fallacy, that the consensus is the best way to increase affordable housing. Really? The proponents of the consensus concede that they expect the Harvard Street plan to produce only 90 units of housing in the next 10 years, of which 14 or 15 would be affordable. Also with a four-story height, 2.5 stories in the HSN subdistrict, it's likely that developers will game the system and build large luxury condos. Here's another fallacy. The consensus is the best way to produce more diverse housing. How do we know that? Town administration has been focused for so long and so hard on Harvard Street that they haven't had the time or resources to seriously explore and develop plausible alternative housing alternatives. Referral would create space for that. Another fallacy, the consensus isn't going to harm Harvard Street businesses. No one has explained how demolishing rows of businesses and replacing them with less commercial space at higher rents isn't going to harm Harvard Street businesses. In the consensus, the HSN subdistrict doesn't even require ground floor commercial. Elsewhere, where ground floor commercial is required, the ground floor must make room for elevators, stairs, mailroom, lobby, other amenities, perhaps gyms, to service upstairs residential. And the ground floor commercial can have as little as 60% street frontage and as little as 30 feet of depth. Incidentally, we now have the example of Arlington, which just enacted its own MBTA zoning, and Arlington upzones for more housing without touching their business districts. Meanwhile, there are now at least 201 new units of housing already permitted for locations within 1.5 blocks of Harvard Street, most of them already in construction. None of them damage the Harvard Street commercial area. The new units are for new Harvard Street customers, and many are affordable, and that's happening without the consensus. Another fallacy. Well-intentioned, well-meaning, skillful people made an agreement. They decided to call it a consensus. And because they call it a consensus, everyone else is expected to consent. I'm sorry. Town meeting is supposed to be a thoughtful and deliberative body. We're elected to use our own best judgments and not jump on somebody's bandwagon. Here's not a fallacy. The good folks at Town Hall don't know whether the consensus will improve or worsen Brookline's financial situation. Referral would create more time to learn more about this. Please vote to refer to a moderators committee, and if referral fails, then vote no action on the main motion and yes on the M+. Thank you.
Mr. Rodrigo.
Madam Moderator, town meeting members and guests, my name is Carlos Ridrejo. I'm town meeting member for precinct 14 and a member of the advisory committee, speaking for myself. Let me be clear, we are in a regional housing crisis and we need to act in a meaningful way to do our part. This is why I will be voting on the motion to refer the Harvard Street component of the consensus plan to a moderators committee. Let me explain why. We're being told that 800 units will be created by the Harvard Street plan. As an architect, I have a hard time understanding how we get those numbers in a short period of time. Most lots in Harvard Street are relatively small. If you take, for example, a 9,000 square foot lot and add 3 floors of residential above the commercial ground floor, you can probably fit about 6 units per floor. So you end up with an 18-unit building. You would have to build about 44 similar projects to get 800 units. Is that realistic? I don't think so. People say referral is kicking the can down the street. I don't see it that way, not at all. Here's my can of housing affordability. What solution does it contain? Stop and Shop, and TJ Maxx. If we want a realistic way of confronting our housing crisis, we need to use the current momentum the Harvard Street plan has and add these large lots to it. With the large lots in the plan, there's a real, meaningful avenue to creating hundreds of housing units in a shorter time, rather than waiting for 44 smaller projects to be completed. Referral gives us the opportunity to look at the largest, most important, and lucrative sites in a proactive way, rather than waiting for possible future proposals for them. Please join me in voting yes on the motion to refer so that these larger lots can be part of the plan. We will then be able to say that we have a meaningful plan to combat our housing crisis. Let's not kick the can of housing affordability down the street. Thank you.
Jocelyn Murphy.
Good evening. I'm Jocelyn Murphy, a lifelong resident of Brookline, former town council, and presently precinct 16 town meeting member and member of the advisory committee, speaking for myself in favor of referral of the Harvard Street portion of Article 1 and adoption of the M District Bus Plan. Article 1 has been artfully labeled the consensus article, and we do have some agreement. We agree with the principles behind the MBTA Communities Act, with yes in Brookline and wanting more homes near public transit and an increase in Brookline's diversity, and with Brookline by design in seeking zoning reform that is based on comprehensive and inclusive zoning. Most certainly, we agree that Brookline should comply with the MBTA Communities Act. But as we have heard from impacted residents, small business owners, and even relevant town boards and commissions, there is no town-wide consensus on the delivery of the Harvard Street plan. For these reasons, referral is both appropriate and necessary. Article 1 is hundreds of pages in length. It was accurately described by a member of the select board as complex. It contains 126 pages of highly prescriptive design standards that, if approved today, would require a vote of town meeting to amend in the future. This is not a tweak or a simple fix, as the proponents of the article have suggested. The Harvard Street design standards are reportedly more restrictive than the standards developed for the city of Cincinnati by the same consultant, Opticos. They don't apply to interiors, but imagine if you were told that you could only have accordion shades in your windows, copper pots in your kitchens, and teak furniture in your dining room. This is the level of detail that is contained in the design standards, And according to experts on our own planning board and preservation commission, they are in many respects incompatible with Brookline. On October 25th, the planning board voted 5-1 to recommend favorable action on the Harvard Street plan. But their vote was conditioned on an amendment that would allow substitutions or modifications in the design standards. This was done solely because the board simply did not have enough time to review and respond to all 126 pages. The board's amendment was not permitted. Similarly, the Economic Development Advisory Board also recommended favorable action, provided that the final version of the article addressed a number of issues, including commercial incentives. Some, but not all, of the HAB's recommendations were included in the article. And finally, a veteran member of our Preservation Commission remarked at the Planning Board hearing that the Harvard Street zoning proposal is seriously flawed. This is not consensus. Measure twice, cut once. Referral gives us that opportunity. Please join me in voting in favor of referral of the Harvard Street portion of Article 1 and of the M District Plus plan, so that proper measuring of Article 1 can take place by our next special town meeting and ensure that the town is in compliance with the MBTA Communities Act by December 31st. Thank you.
Mr. Pollack, you have 8 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening, everyone. David Pollack, Precinct 11, member of the MBTACA Multifamily Permitting Committee, chair of the Advisory Committee's ad hoc subcommittee for these articles, speaking on behalf of the Advisory Committee in support of the consensus article. A disclosure: I'm a practicing architect specialized in public housing, public buildings, and urban planning for Massachusetts municipalities, and my firm has submitted qualifications to Brookline Housing Authority in hopes of being hired to work with them on the Walnut High project. I filed a disclosure about this, a disclosure form about this with the moderator in September, and no conflict of interest concerns were raised. It will not surprise you that there, hang on, we're gonna go with the reading glasses. We should get a light next time. That would be really nice. It will not surprise you that there's been vigorous discussion of these articles by the advisory committee across 8 meetings and perhaps twice as many hours. Zoning is inherently complex, and there was much to talk through. You have our 30-page detailed report, so I will keep this presentation brief and high level. First, while there was a discussion of the need to comply with the MBTACA in light of the town's existing high percentage of multifamily housing, when it came to a vote, non-compliance was not an option, and the AC was near unanimous in recommending some version of zoning change to assure Brookline's compliance with MBTACA by the end of the year. Second, this near unanimous support extends to both the Walnut High and Emerald Island zoning changes. Brookline Housing Authority's plans to add between 75 and 125 permanently affordable family and senior dwelling units is seen as highly beneficial to the town. And the challenges to development of the small parcels in the Emerald Island Special District beyond the Hilton Garden Inn that was the impetus for the 2016 creation of the district were acknowledged. No one objected to adding multifamily units to the bonus eligible list that currently only includes senior, live, work, and micro units. Both subcommittee and AC spent most of our time discussing the Harvard Street plan, exploring a range of considerations raised by our own members, as well as other boards and members of the public who contributed public comment at every meeting and in writing, comments that ran strongly in support of the consensus plan. Our meetings ran in parallel with the focused work being done by Brookline by Design and Yes in Brookline, facilitated by Select Board member Paul Warren. When that signed agreement appeared, their slate of significant amendments to the Harvard Street Plan was warmly welcomed by the AC for its significance on two powerful levels. First, substantive changes to the plan resolved many outstanding concerns. Second, the unified endorsement coming from these two passionate and powerful voices at the center of our planning conversation was compelling, particularly as we embark on major townwide planning in the new year. This was not an easy compromise for either side. Each had to give up on issues that they believed were important. Their agreement and shared purpose in support of the Harvard Street Plan is a statement in and of itself. The list of specific issues that BBD and YIB resolved is impressive. The ground floor commercial mandate is resolved, applying to all zones except the 1-block, 2.5-story main story neighborhood district. The future redevelopment of the Stop and Shop properties is facilitated by removing all of the remaining related parcels, the car wash, gas station, etc. Architecturally significant buildings are protected by removing them from the new zoning, which also has the benefit of retaining older, more modestly priced housing in the corridor. The commercial tax base is protected and strengthened by removing 2- and 3-story commercial buildings. Abutting residential buildings are protected by removing certain parcels that are remote from Harvard Street. Abutting residential properties are also protected by increasing rear setbacks and rear stepbacks. Concern about the continuing availability of commercial parking in town-owned lots was addressed by removing all of those parking lots from the new zoning. And short-term rentals are eliminated as an allowed use in all Harvard Street districts. Some other issues remained under discussion. These included commercial parking, displacement of existing businesses, and the impact of growth on town facilities and finances. On parking, Planning Director Kara Bruton noted that every previous study of commercial parking availability and needs had recommended that no additional parking supply was needed at that time, but did recommend management and operation improvements, which have been implemented. She noted that the planned parking and curb utilization and management study and conceptual planning for Coolidge Corner and JFK Crossing will be going forward, and that it will provide welcome data and analysis for addressing parking needs and issues going forward. And that while parking remains a hurdle for business customers as well as their employees, she could not think of an example where a business had moved their business out of Brookline and remained in business for more than a short period of time. For many AC members, concern about displacement of existing businesses was addressed by the letters in strong support of the Harvard Street Plan that we received from the Chamber of Commerce, the Coolidge Corner Merchants Association, and one signed by 3 significant businesses in JFK Crossing. On fiscal impacts, the AC doesn't have and cannot provide you with income and expense projections. We know there will be both more tax revenue and more services provided. When asked, Director Bruton emphasized the difficulty of undertaking this sort of projection and the inherent unreliability of the result given the long time horizon. AC member Kelly Hardebuck will speak more on this subject. The advisory committee recommends favorable action
Hello, folks. No, you cannot hear me? No, okay.
This microphone working? All right, back on. The advisory committee recommends favorable action on STM 4 Article 1 by a vote of 15 in favor, 9 opposed with 1 abstention. The referral motion was debated at some length in the AC's most recent meeting, with the vote strongly against referral by a margin of 6 in favor, 15 against, and 2 abstentions. If STM 4 Article 1 fails or is referred, and if STM 1 Article 4 or Article 5 is subsequently moved, the advisory committee recommends favorable action on that article by a vote of 24 in favor, 1 opposed with no abstentions. Thank you.
We've had a motion to call the question. I am not going to take that. One of the reasons for this is it is an article of such importance that it deserves a lot of discussion. So I'm not going to accept such a motion for a while. So our next speaker is Ms. Perler. Oh, Ms. Oh, I'm sorry. I just split the advisory committee in half. So the other half of the advisory committee is now speaking, Ms. Kelly Hardebeck, and then we will hear from Ms. Perler.
Thank you very much. I'm Kelly Hardebeck, town meeting member from Precinct 7 and a member of the advisory committee. Tonight I'm speaking for the advisory committee. Okay, let me see if I can readjust. Is this better? Okay, great. So the advisory committee reviews warrant articles in part to assess the financial impact on the town. The MBTA-CA articles were no exception. However, as you've heard, predicting the exact financial impact of these changes is challenging because of the many variables involved. Those include the timing and location of new construction, number and size of units, demographics of new residents, and of course, macroeconomic factors. During our hearings, we heard numerous times that construction costs and interest rates make development economically infeasible currently, and change within either the overlay district or along Harvard Street will not be immediate. Because of the inherent challenges of conducting a forward-looking analysis, the AC decided to conduct a retrospective analysis. Unfortunately, the data needed from federal, state, and local sources were not available to allow us to complete our analysis. Instead, the AC focused on understanding how the town's annual and long-term planning processes allow it to anticipate and respond to changing conditions, including housing and population growth. Property tax is Brookline's primary source of revenue and represents more than 79% of the general fund. This year, residential taxes represent 85% of the total levy. Therefore, new housing units have the potential to increase the town's revenue, but they can also result in increased expenses. The exact increase in revenue is also hard to predict because it's driven by the type and mix of housing units created. Expenses are hard to forecast as well. Expenses can be calculated on a per capita basis, but they also often increase for reasons unrelated to an increase in population. This year, for example, an increased demand for services coupled with cost increases across the board, some driven by inflation, resulted in a budget shortfall that was addressed by an operating override. Brookline's long-range financial planning process, which considers projected revenues and expenses, demographic shifts, market trends, anticipated development growth, and community priorities for the next 5 years, is driven by the town administrator. This annual process includes infrastructure planning and review of essential services and facilities. The capital improvement program allows the town to fund major items like street and sidewalk repair, new fire apparatus, park renovations, and additional classroom capacity. The long-range financial projection that results from this process is the starting point for each year's annual budget and is revisited and adjusted during the year if needed. Our projections show that the earliest a project in the MBTA CA overlay district could come online is 2028, with 3 projects along Harvard Street likely to be completed in the next decade. But what if these projections are wrong? What protection does the town have against faster or disruptive development? While the AC has confidence in the current projections, Brookline is allowed to take emergency measures should unexpected issues arise. For example, we can issue a building permit moratorium or cap the number of new units that can be created if the town cannot produce a balanced budget as a result of sudden increase in housing. It is never easy to move forward into uncertainty, but Brookline has a history of robust financial planning processes and strong fiscal policies that have allowed us to respond and adapt to changing conditions. Form-based zoning, the Harvard Street and the M+ district proposals may change a lot, but they do not change our ability to rely on the same strong fiscal guidance going forward. Thank you.
I will at this point, we have a question, and I will at this point allow questions only and break from our list of speakers. Rui Albuquerque, you have a question. Please identify yourself and then say what your question is. Rui Albuquerque. So if you have a question, please come to a microphone.
Yes, Rui Albuquerque, Precinct.
And we'll hold on a minute to see if we can fix that problem. No. No? Okay. Mr. Albuquerque.
Oh, can I try?
Do you want to write down your question and hold it up like a hostage note? Well, somebody prepared to answer why we're. Okay. Can Mr. Albuquerque speak now?
I don't think it's.
Hello,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Excuse me. Hold on. Council wanted to. Mr. Simpson? Oh, okay. Mr. Albuquerque, I'm not going to entertain a motion to adjourn right now because I think we can power through. Okay, Mr. Albuquerque.
Yes, Rio Albuquerque Precinct 1. The question I have is about the affordable units. And I'd like to know, why are we not taking this opportunity to enforce the building of those units, the 15% required units, instead of allowing the builders to, convert that into cash money to go into the trust fund? Thank you.
Mr. Warren?
Hi, Paul Warren, member of the Select Board. Mr. Albuquerque, thank you for your question. The consensus plan actually does require that that the 15% of units are built on site. It would eliminate the cash buyout on the Harvard Street. It would be unavailable. Thank you.
Okay, first person at
Hello.
microphone number 4.
Hi, this is Carolyn Goodwin, Precinct 8. I think I have questions probably. Well,
I'm sorry, could you speak a little louder?
Carolyn Goodwin in Precinct 8. And my question is, earlier, one of the speakers, Susan Granoff, had mentioned that over the past several days or several weeks, there had been several amendments that were deemed out of scope. And I'm wondering if it's possible to get a couple examples of what those amendments were as they were part of the argument for the referral.
Yes, one of the amendments in particular that they were referring to was one which would have given the planning board discretion to make decisions to modify buildings, building plans for buildings built on Harvard Street. Decisions relating to, I believe, Mr. Hyken can correct me, but relating to materials and other things. And I said that that was out of scope. So because that was the specific plan of the forum-based zoning, was to codify exactly what things had to look like, what the shape of doorways could be, what the shape of windows could be, what materials could be used.
Right,
So I did not allow the planning board to be given that responsibility. And that's enough. Thank you. Next question.
Hello, Virginia Smith, town meeting member. I was going to vote for this, but now based on the presentation, I have a serious question having to do with the contradiction, which appears to be major. Tech table. Do you mind going back to Paul Warren's presentation? It's in the earlier slides. Just click through and I'll show you what I mean.
No, can you ask your question, please?
Please. Well, it's from the slides. Well, I mean, I could describe it. There is a slide, an early slide, that says that architecturally significant buildings will be protected, which, as a resident of Brookline Village, I'm very pleased about, because it is the largest intact historic area in Brookline, and I really want to keep the major buildings, brick buildings. But then if you continue on to a slide called commercial incentive, there is a photograph of the most wonderful brick buildings in Brookline Village. So, and these buildings are also included in this MS district. So what is it? Are we going to protect our architecturally important buildings? And many of them are in Brookline Village. I'm not saying it's a lot of space. It's probably a couple blocks along Station Street and a couple blocks up from the post office and a bit on the other side. Are we going to keep those, or are we going to consider that a commercial incentive area. You know, if you'd shown like 209 Harvard Street, where I go for my dentist, which is like a brutalist building, I would say, God bless you, that's fine. But what was shown is some of the most important historic buildings in Brookline
I will let-
as being part of the commercial incentive.
I will let
Thank you.
Mr. Warren address that.
Hi, Paul Warren, member of the Brookline Select Board. I'm not sure exactly what the question was. There was a speech. So the specific issue that I think Ms. Smith raised was around specific parcels that were removed as part of the Brookline by Design, yes, and Brookline negotiation. That negotiation wasn't intended to pull out every building that was expected to be perhaps on the National Register, which we do have a number of buildings in Brookline Village, which are protected by very specific historic design guidelines. Thank you.
Other people, perhaps in the advisory committee, can speak to it more clearly, but if you look through in detail the maps, you will see that particular parcels are carved out in order because they are deemed to be containing historically significant buildings. That does not include every building. Ms. Priestley.
Hi, Vina Priestley, Precinct 4. I just had a question. I know that they said that on Harvard Street, there wasn't really 40Bs built in the last, like since 2006. But I know the Calvin building 420 is actually a 40B project. And I know that there are commercial space, Tate and Century 21, a real estate company, is the commercial part of that. Is there a plan on what's going to happen with those leases that are current, just in general? The reason why I'm bringing that up is because that was also a 40B project. So are there any plans in general for those current leases that are in those buildings that are going to be changed if this passes? Is there a plan on that?
Mr. Warren, or no, Ms. Morelli, excuse me. She would have a better idea from the planning department.
Good evening, Maria Morelli, Senior Planner in the Planning Department. Thank you, Ms. Priestley. So this is not a development plan. It's zoning for, it's really serves as insurance. So the 40B that you cited at 420 Harvard Street is really not affected. It's already built. We expect that buildings that are 3 stories, 4 stories, and 5 stories are not going to be redeveloped under this new zoning. Is that helpful? Are you speaking about that particular project or in general?
Could you repeat the
So,
question?
sorry, I'm speaking, I was using that as an example. I know
Okay.
that it's for in general, moving forward, if
Sure.
we do pass this, what
Yep.
what are the protection for that dog walker?
Right,
For
exactly.
yeah. So
Thank
what-
you.
what's
Thank
that?
you for that question, because I do want to circle back to that. Commercial leases could be of varying terms, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. And typically landlords do not break those commercial leases. So that's one consideration. The other consideration is that not every property owner wants to redevelop. It's zoning, not a development plan. So if you have a property owner who has successful retail, they might not be compelled to redevelop because it's only 4 stories. So if there's less successful retail or there could be long-term vacancies, this gives them, again, it's insurance for the property owner to redevelop and perhaps offer better terms to attract a local retailer. Is that helpful? Okay, great.
Okay, Mr. Donnell O'Neill has put a question on the chat. Was 10 Brookline Place discussed in this process? Ms. Bruton, may I throw that one to you?
Good evening. I'm Kara Bruton, Director of Planning and Community Development. To answer the question, 10 Brookline Place was not part of the M District discussion nor Harvard Street.
Okay, thank you. And at Microphone number 5, I believe we have someone with a question.
Hi, my name is Laura Baines Walsh. I'm from Precinct 16. I think my question's probably best for Linda Pelkey, but Paul Warren has said twice that there's no option for buying out the 15% affordable requirement. But my understanding is that only for projects with 4 or more units. Can we clarify and confirm that indeed it is possible for a building with ground floor retail and then 3 luxury units and also no affordable housing?
Mr. Warren.
Hi, thank you. Paul Warren, member of the Brookline Select Board. Yes, in fact, the buyout would be eliminated for units between 4 and 10 units, for buildings with 4 or 10 units. If someone built a 3-unit building, they could skirt the law.
Okay, we do not have any more questions. Oh, we have, yes, at
Arthur
Mr.
Conquest.
Conquest at microphone number 3.
Can Ms. Bruton tell us why 10 Brookline Place was not included in the plan?
No, we are not going to address that now. You can discuss it individually with Ms. Bruton.
Okay,
Thank you. Okay, we are going to go back to some of the presentations. Now is Fran Perler here?
Hi, I'm Fran Perler, town meeting member, precinct 8, and a member of the Council on Aging, speaking on behalf of myself and many of my constituents. I'm also a 40-year resident of JFK Crossing, living within 50 yards of Harvard Street. So I'm speaking to you as somebody who is a close abutter. The movement for referral began because the select board announced just a month ago that Harvard Street would not be part of the MBTA-CA, allowing us to modify the plan to provide more affordable housing and preserve the businesses we love while respecting the surrounding neighborhoods. Despite our ideal of a walkable village, to survive, businesses need parking to attract customers from all over Brookline and beyond. The plan has no requirement for parking for customers or employees. As for residents, only 1/2 of a parking space is required per unit. Residents must compete for spaces at additional cost, making them economically challenging for workforce residents, seniors, and those in affordable units. Eliminating all parking is possible by special permit. Parking is essential for those who have to transport the tools of their trade or for mobility. The Harvard Street plan allows, but couldn't mandate, for shared parking for home health care workers, repairmen, cleaners, guests, etc. We need to mandate at least 1 shared parking space. Where is the town's plan to deal with parking and congestion? The $350,000 parking study will happen after this vote. Last month, 20% of the spaces in the Fuller Street municipal lot were removed. 50 to 75 parking spaces will be lost to redevelopment of 8 large parcels in the 6 blocks north of Fuller Street. The Pierce School project eliminates 5 Harvard Street parking spots. These losses will lead to less customers for local stores, more double parking, and increased congestion. Loading zones are not permitted. Do you really expect delivery drivers to park around the corner? Or will you see more trucks parked on sidewalks, endangering bicyclists and pedestrians? I can spend the next hour describing what it's like to live next to Harvard Street. Cars jockeying for parking on residential streets, blocking hydrants, blocking driveways, double parking, leaving trash at curbs and on private property. You get the picture. Although in the past referral has meant a soft death, there's been too much momentum for this to happen to Harvard Street rezoning. What's the rush? We need a better plan without unintended consequences. Thank you.
Representative Vitolo. And once Representative Vitolo has spoken, I will give you a state of the article address.
State Representative Tommy Vitolo, town meeting member at large. I speak in opposition of referral and in favor of STM 4WA1, MBTA CA compliance, and Harvard Street. I want to bring some understanding to a few components of the debate and the package before us, understanding that I had the privilege of gaining in my role as our state representative. I was in the room when the House debated the economic development bill that became Chapter 358 of the Acts of 2020. Indeed, I cast a vote in favor. The MBTA-CA is 4 sentences long. 4 sentences in the 101-page bill. The intent is clear, right there in the text, to require a community with access to the T to zone for at least one district of reasonable size in which multifamily housing is permitted as of right, without age restrictions and suitable for families with children. Of course, Brookline already has that housing. To comply with the MBTA-CA, we must update our zoning to make that use explicit. That's the M zone portion. There's no such thing as paper compliance or meaningful compliance. An individual, or in this case, a community, either complies with the law or doesn't. To that end, when people imply, suggest, or even state that legislative intent or the law itself calls for a change in our land use regulations to allow for additional housing units, they're uninformed, misinformed, or misrepresenting the law. So what of Harvard Street? Our town's processes that don't exist in a city form of government, created the transparency, the broad participation, and the welcoming environment necessary to create a Harvard Street proposal that meets the moment. We took foundational work by Senior Planner Morelli and molded, trimmed, sculpted a land use proposal for Harvard Street. It's not too tall, it won't be built too quickly, and preserves space for commercial activity and low and moderate income neighbors. Initially, the Harvard Street proposal didn't require any first floor commercial use, then 25%, now the entire corridor, less about 5 parcels. Initially, the Harvard Street proposal only required 10% subsidized units, allowing developers to buy their way out. Now we're at 15%, and they've got to be in the building. And thanks to John Karen, I'm going to skip on a little bit. We've got work to do before we finish. I stood before our select board in January in the first public conversation about Brookline's MBTA-CA obligation. I argued that we should focus on getting the design for Harvard Street right, rather than be hemmed in by the MBTA-CA guidelines promulgated by the DHCD. And that's what the town has done, thanks to the hard work of so many. We're ready. Our process polished the Harvard Street plan, and it's time to finish this chapter of our work. I urge yes on calling the question. I urge no on the referral motion, and I urge favorable action on the joint M-Zone Harvard Street motion.
Madam Moderator.
Yes, Mr. Sandman, are you in?
With that endorsement by State Representative Vitolo, I call the question.
Okay, let's take we will now take a recorded vote on whether or not to call a question. Oh, yes, now let me tell you who's waiting. Online, we have Nate Tucker from Precinct 3. Nate Tucker has been waiting very patiently to make a comment. Steve Hyken from the Planning Board, Mr. Dempsey, Kathleen Cavell, Kathleen Scallion, Paul Sainer, James Lee, Carol Gladstone, Mr. Homer, Ms. Pearlman, Ms. Linos, Mr. Abbott, Mr. Miller, Neil Gordon, Mr. Rubenstein. I think it's Mr. Mandels, Mr. Klein, Mr. Lashinsky, Ms. Fisher, Ms. Zimmerman, Mr. Gaishak, Ms. Thal, Ms. Vanderkate. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I apologize. Those were the speakers in favor. And speaking against were Ms. Thal, Ms. Vanderkay, Ms. Roberts, Ms. Giora Gorfain, and Ms. Friedman Gerspan. And we will now take a vote on whether or not to close debate and have a vote on the question. Yes, it has to pass by 2/3 majority. The motion to call the question passes with 182 votes yes, 50 votes no, and 8 abstentions. Can we have the voting matrix up on the screen, please? Paul, do you have that or Dave, do you know what I'm referring to? Okay. Oh, yes. And we do owe thanks to input, which pointed out that might have been a biased slide. as we wait for this technical hell to be over. Okay.
Okay, now that we have the agnostic
Before we,
slide up.
before we begin with that, Mr. Sandman would like to make a very important acknowledgement.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mike Sandman speaking for the Select Board. Even though we haven't had a vote on this, I'm quite sure it's unanimous. I want to acknowledge the work of Dick Benka and his committee, which gave us the enormous benefit of being able to create an article that gives us flexibility with Harvard Street by creating a sufficient amount of compliance to allow us to use the M+ district and then work on specific issues with Harvard Street that could not otherwise have been resolved. I also want to thank both Dick and Ken Lewis, who gave us some technical corrections. You heard earlier mention that there were a number of amendments that came along, and some of those were technical. They were very useful. Again, thank you very much for that work.
Thank you. Now, before we go anywhere, what I'm going to start with is that what we have been discussing overall for the past couple of hours has been the consensus plan described in Special Town Meeting 4, Article 1, which consists of two parts, the Harvard Street part and the M District part, or the M District Plus plan, which is the overlay district and includes the Emerald Island BHA projects on Walnut Street and High Street. What hasn't really been addressed is that project that Dick Benka's committee worked on so hard, which is reflected in the first town meeting, Article 4, which is the M District Plan itself. And you can see it on our little chart. The bottom rectangle, STM1 Article 4, M District Plus. So the M District Plus square is basically the exact same thing that is in the consensus plan with the Harvard part cut out. And I think all of you understand that. It's just that we haven't specifically addressed the fact that it is a separate article in and of itself. So it is important to note that when we are going to be voting, because it is critical to the referral when people have said, refer the Harvard Street part, consider the rest. What they're talking about with the rest is the M+ district. Is that clear? Does anybody have a question about that?
Regina Frawley from Precinct 16. Why haven't we heard from Mr. Benka and that hardworking committee so that it could be clearer? Thank you.
Well, it was covered in, I think Mr. Benka was going to speak and then decided not to. I think I was supposed to call him up briefly, and I apologize for not. Mr. Benka, are you here? No, we already called the question, but he didn't, and he wasn't asked to. But the M+ district was fully discussed and laid out. It is exactly replicated in Article 4 of Separate Town Meeting 1. It's the identical wording. It's the same thing. And so it was fully discussed during the discussion of the consensus plan that was given to you by Mr. Warren and everyone else. Wait, so Chuck Schwartz has a question or a point of order? Okay, I
Point of
don't,
order.
what is the point of order?
I still don't understand why we can't hear from the draftsman of the M District plan, because there may be nuances that we're not otherwise getting when somebody else is discussing the plan.
Because we've already called the question. And now we have to vote. And we can't go back on that. And everything, every nuance that was in the plan was discussed in the combined reports relating to both special town meeting Article 1 and special town meeting 1 Article 4. So everything was covered relating to that. It's what was confusing is the STM 4 Article 1, STM 1 Article 4. But every nuance relating to that was discussed. It was covered in Mr. Warren's presentation. He made, and it will be discussed as we go through the voting sequence here. And I will clarify it as we do that. So, for example, oh, yeah, voting to call the question. Wait,
May I suggest, sorry, point of order, Madam
yes,
Moderator. May I suggest that this is the appropriate time to vote? I think that it's been explained to the point where we understand what we're doing.
yes, wait, right now we are voting to call the question and we can, wait. Oh, Jesus. Then I actually didn't hear what you said, Mr. Sandman. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I got lost on where we were. Okay, we will be voting on the motion to referral. For referral, what is being referred is the Harvard section of the consensus plan. So this would mean that the part relating to the M+ district, the overlay district, would still have to be voted on. So if you look at the chart, if you vote on referral and you vote no, you don't want it to be referred to a moderator's committee. You think that the Harvard Street plan has been discussed enough, then you vote on the rest, the whole kit and caboodle of the consensus plan, which is the Harvard Street part and the M+ district, which includes the Emerald Isle part and the BHA Walnut Street plan, as well as the M overlay district. Now, then you would vote on that overall plan, but let's take one step at a time. So you vote for referral. Let's say you say, yes, we do want to study the Harvard Street part of the plan more. Then you say, yes, refer it. Then what we would do is go to Special Town Meeting 1 and Article 4, which is the distinct, separate M District Plus plan separated out by itself and just vote on that. So then, is that clear? Yay. Yes. But no, no, or okay, the questions, no, No, we can't pause if referral passes and revisit the M district tomorrow. I'm sorry. All right. We are now going to vote on whether or not to refer the Harvard Street portion of the consensus article to a moderators committee for further consideration. This requires a majority vote to pass. The motion to refer fails with 59 yes votes, 185 no, and 5 abstentions. Therefore, as the little matrix shows, we follow the no arrow, and we now vote on the entire consensus plan, which is both parts. The whole kit and caboodle, in other words, voting on whether or not to adopt the Harvard Street part of the plan and the M+ district plan. A no vote would mean that we would then go and vote separately on whether or not to adopt what's called a contingency plan, which is just the M district plan. A yes vote would mean that we're done with everything. They would both be approved and we would be MBTA compliant. I want to stress, though, that voting down the consensus plan, again, would mean that we would still go down and vote on the separate M District Plus plan, which is also a path to MBTA compliance. Is that clear? Okay, we are now going to vote on whether or not to approve the Article 1 consensus plan to approve both the Harvard Street plan and the M+ district plan together. A 2/3 vote is required to pass this plan. Could you please drop the vote? Yeah, I want to, after I pick up my gavel, I want you not to make any noise until I have announced the numbers so that the clerk can hear them. No noise. Excuse me, quiet, quiet. The motion passes with 207 yes, 33 no, 7 abstentions. Wait. We now, I will now take a motion. We will now dissolve special town meeting 4.
So moved.
Seconded. Okay, we will now now we're dissolving this special town meeting 4. Tomorrow, we will happily come back to a reconvened special town meeting 1 and talk about animals. But we have to vote on this, folks. Folks, we are dropping the vote on whether to dissolve this meeting. You cannot leave. Hello. We cannot talk about traveling animals and pet stores unless you vote to dissolve this meeting. So get back in your seats and vote. We are dropping the vote on whether to dissolve this meeting. If you want to leave, you gotta vote. Drop the vote. Grab your friends from the hall. If we don't have a quorum, we are in trouble. You don't want to make Madam Moderator angry. Okay, vote. Is anybody voting? Is anyone voting? Nice work. Is anyone voting?
Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, we are dissolved with a vote of 223 yes, 2 no, and 2 abstentions. Good night, everybody. What's that?